It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be. The St. Louis Cardinals arrived, the beginning for the Dodgers of 20 games in 20 days, and no sense stopping except to go to the top, and that's where the Cardinals are. They've won 30 games, the only team in the National League to do that. They're a game and a half in front of the Cincinnati Reds, and they come here where the Dodgers, surprisingly, have beaten them 10 of the last 15 and 6 of 8 at Dodger Stadium. Chris Capuano will be on the mound for the Dodgers. For the Cardinals, coming in here as former champions, 19 months ago they beat the Texas Rangers and then came within an out or two to coming right back last year. So it is a formidable ball club indeed. And following with Lance Lynn, then it'll be John Gast, and then concluding the game on Sunday, Shelby Miller will go against Clayton Kershaw. So the Dodgers and the Cardinals in their first meeting of the year, and we'll get to the ball game right after this. Dodger Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. The Memorial Day sales event ends May 31st. By AT&T UVerse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. And by Jack in the Box. The Chipotle Chicken Club combo is back for a limited time.
A crowd of 50,000 expected at the Ravine tonight. The Dodgers are back in town after a 6-game road trip, and it's Friday night fireworks. It is a perfect night for baseball. It is warm, it is windless, and if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. St. Louis comes in 30-16. They are the best in many categories.
Yeah, you know what? Right now they're playing the best. I don't think this is the best team in baseball, but right now they are, and the reason they are is because they pitch, they hit, and they catch. The pitchers that we're going to see in this series have 13 wins, including Clayton Kershaw's wins. The Dodgers are throwing guys that have 7 wins. That's half as many. They catch the ball. They've only made 17 errors all season. The Dodgers have made twice that many. And the hitting, the thing we harp on all season long, the Dodgers are hitting .229 with runners in scoring position. The Cardinals are the best in baseball at it. Right now they're hitting .363 when they have dudes out there.
You know what else St. Louis is the best at? Road wins, 16 of them. Let's take a look at our Hyundai key to the game. That means with all this firepower coming in from the Midwest, Chris Capuano has to be as sharp as he was his last 2 starts.
He has to be as smart a pitcher as he is. He's so good at getting guys to swing at pitches that are out of the zone, and then he zips fastballs right by him. He's a classic backwards pitcher. Gets you with breaking balls early and fastballs in late.
And for St. Louis, they're going to counter with the right-hander, Lance Lynn. Lance Lynn is 6-1. He got worked his last time out, but before that, his last 5, an ERA of 1.8. Chris Capuano needs some help tonight. He needs the offense to back him up. It's the Dodgers and the Cardinals. The first is 3 as the Dodgers start a homestand, 5 games at the Ravine.
Evening to you wherever you may be. Welcome to Dodger Stadium. Game 1 of a 3-game series with the high-flying Birds from St. Louis, with Mike Matheny, 4-time Gold Glove catcher when he played at the helm, having done a great job in his rookie year, and now brings in a ball club that has already won 30 games and is a game and a half in front of a very good Cincinnati team. Here's the Cardinals batting order. Matt Carpenter leading off at second base, Carlos Beltran in right field, and Matt Holliday batting third in left field. Alan Craig at first base, Yadier Molina the catcher, John Jay in center field. David Freese at third base, Pete Kozma the shortstop, and the pitcher Lance Lynn. On the mound for the Dodgers, Chris Capuano, who's come off 2 pretty good games with a record of 1-2. Remember, he started off with some physical problems, finally working his way back into the starting lineup. He has had trouble against the Cardinals, but who hasn't? He is among the Cardinals 1-5 in his career. However, those are in his last starts. His lifetime record is 5-6. For the Cardinals, a lot of things to keep in mind about them. First of all, they're not only in first place, they're very good on the road. They are 16-8 away from St. Louis. Another thing, you can't take them for granted. They have scored 99 runs with 2 outs in the inning. And thirdly, of course, they are 4-5 against left-hand starters, so they have a chance to balance their books tonight. So the Cardinals and the Dodgers, a great rivalry down through the years. And Matt Carpenter will start it off. There was another Carpenter who was the big gun in the pitching staff, Chris Carpenter, but he's been sidelined. Right now, we're looking at a pretty good and very young pitching staff for St. Louis. So Matt Carpenter checking in. Matt, among other things, out of Sugar Land, Texas, left-hand batter. Capuano's first pitch is off the corner, 1 ball and no strikes. He's been a Cardinal since 2011, and until this year, he never had a sacrifice bunt. He has 2 of them this year. Matt takes a look at one on the inside corner to balance it up. So Capuano missed away, came back and got the corner, and it's a 1-1 count. Carpenter just trying to get aboard with Carlos Beltran on deck. Capuano into the windup, pitches to Matt, and gets it in there again for a strike, and the count 1-2. As Capuano collects his thoughts, we can drop in a note. Anibal Sanchez of the Tigers lost a bid for his second career no-hitter with 1 out in the 9th inning. A clean single by Joe Mauer of the Minnesota Twins. Now the 1-2 pitch to Matt Carpenter, and each man backs off, so timeout for the moment. You may remember Sanchez had a no-hitter with the Marlins against Arizona, and his shortstop was Hanley Ramirez. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball pulled to the hole. Plugging it up is Mark Ellis, and gets it to Gonzalez at first for the out. That is the toughest play for a first baseman to make. And we'll check the Dodgers defensively. Gonzalez and Ellis, Punto and Uribe, Crawford, Kemp, and Ethier in the outfield. A.J. Ellis behind the plate. The decision of whether to go after the ground ball or not. Sometimes a first baseman will run away from a play where he fails to judge properly. Gonzalez was right on the if or if not, and then went back and handled the throw. Carlos Beltran, a long fly ball to Ethier on the warning track in right field. So 2 down quickly. 2 nice plays. Mark Ellis takes a base hit away from Carpenter, and then Carlos Beltran just misses, hitting 1 out to right field. 2 down, and Matt Holliday checking in. Matt Holliday, one of the big contributors as to why the Cardinals have been so successful on the road. 16 of his runs batted in of the 28 have been on the road. Carpenter ready, and Cap gets the first pitch low, ball 1. A couple of other notes about Holliday. He's averaging an RBI about every 5 to 6 at bats. So Matt, big right-hand hitter, has had some big years since he first came up to Colorado. 2 down, first inning, no score, and the pitch to Holliday he takes, and that misses. So Matt Holliday, one of the things I guess I'll always remember about Holliday was 2 years ago, April the 1st, he underwent an appendectomy. 10 days later, he scored the winning run in a game. He swings, doesn't get it, and the count 2-1. Matt, among other credentials, he was the batting champion in 2007 when he hit a cool .353. So Holliday at the plate, 2 down, first inning, no score. Capuano from the third base side of the rubber, back with a fastball, a one-hopper picked off nicely by Ellis. He makes the play to Gonzalez. 3 balls hit pretty well, but good gloves at the end of it. A 1-2-3 inning, and at the end of half an inning, Cardinals nothing, Dodgers coming up. ball very hard, but right at Dodger defensive players. Now let's look at the Dodger card offensively. Carl Crawford in left field, Mark Ellis at second base, and Adrian Gonzalez at first. Matt Kemp in center field, Andre Ethier in right, A.J. Ellis behind the plate. Nick Punto at shortstop, Juan Uribe at third, and left-hander Chris Capuano on the mound. On the mound for the Cardinals is big Lance Lynn. He is 6'5" and lost about 30 to 35 pounds before coming to spring training. That made him about 260 pounds when he was pitching last year for St. Louis. And last year he was 18-7, and yet he feels there's room for improvement, and he certainly looks better as he is 6-1 at the start of the year. 4 of his victories have been at home. 5 of his 6 wins have been at night, and he's also picked up the ball club 4 times. He has pitched a victory following a defeat. He averages about 103 pitches a game. He's a big boy out of Brownsburg, Indiana, but he went to school at the University of Mississippi. For the Dodgers, it'll be Carl Crawford to start it off. Carl checks in, has a look at a pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Crawford, one of the few Dodgers who had a good road trip and continues to do well, hitting .302, 5 home runs, 13 runs batted in, bangs one in the air, and it's going to drop in front of center fielder John Jay. So Crawford leads off with a base hit to center field.
Second baseman, number 14.
We'll take a look at the Birds defensively now, and they shape up this way. Craig, Carpenter, Cosma, and Freeze, Holiday, Jay, and Beltran, Molina behind the plate, and Lynn on the mound. So the Dodgers get a leadoff single from Carl Crawford, and that'll bring up Mark Ellis, hitting .322, and of course the Dodgers feeling a much better ball club when they get Mark Ellis out there every day. Ellis takes a look at a slider for a strike, and the count 0-1. Mark looking down to Tim Wallach to see if there might be a play in the works. Crawford, as you know, runs very well. Carl inching off the bag at first, has stolen 9 of 11 out of a stretch, and pitch is swung on and missed, and the count to Ellis, no balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the first inning, Cardinals went out in order. Carpenter a hard ground ball to Ellis, Holiday a hard ground ball to Ellis, and Beltran, remember, sent Ethier to the warning track and right. Now the strike 2 pitch is instead a throw to first. Crawford back on the bag. Mark Ellis with a little 3-game hitting streak. He's 13th in the league. A 5-time Gold Glover squinting from the mask. Yadier Molina behind the plate. Lynn delivers, and the pitch is in there. Good sinker, strike 3 called. So Ellis goes down on strikes, 1 away. Crawford holding, and the batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. And looking at Dodger hitters against Cardinal pitchers, see what kind of a connection we can make. Adrian Gonzalez 1 for 2 in the past. Adrian hitting .309. Mr. Clutch, old reliable for the Dodgers, coming up in R.I.P. Munovs and knocking them in. So Gonzalez waiting. Lynn working from the first base side of the rubber. 29 RBIs for Adrian Gonzalez. Throw over to first. Crawford jumps back on the bag. Difference in contrast, where the Cardinals are 15-5 in the month of May, the Dodgers are 6-13, trying to get well starting at home. They are beginning 20 games in 20 days. Gonzalez, meanwhile, takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Gonzalez struggled on the road, but of course he had a lot of company. He went 2 for 23 with just a couple of runs batted in. Crawford, cautious lead at first. Here comes Lynn and works it down and away. 2 balls and no strikes to Adrian Gonzalez. Lance Lynn, born in 1987. The young man who's been with the Cardinals since 2011. He was a first-round pick 5 years ago. Right-hander ready, and the 2-0 pitch with Crawford going. One hopper down to second base in time to get Crawford. Yadier Molina does it again. So Yadier Molina, when the Cardinals failed to sign Albert Pujols and let him go free agent, the first thing after that was they signed a 5-year extension with Molina, to give you an idea of just how important he is to the Cardinals. Throw there in plenty of time, and Crawford is nailed for the 3rd time as Kozma put the ball on him. So 2 out, bases empty, and the 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on, hit foul down the left field line, carrying upstairs. So Adrian Gonzalez with the bases empty. A sadder but wiser Crawford back in the dugout. Yadier Molina just continues to impress. From 2006 to an MVP talent. Now the 2-2 pitch is swung on. Little pop fly. Coming over is David Freese, and that'll be that for Gonzalez. So no runs, 1 hit, nobody left thanks to Molina. And at the end of an inning, no score. Craig will start it off. Alan Craig from nearby Mission Viejo went to school at the University of California, Berkeley, and has turned out to be a terrific ball player. And he has worn the Dodgers out, hitting .400 in his career against them. He has 2 home runs, 32 runs batted in, and among other things, and certainly in the clutch department, 10 times he's been able to score a runner from third with less than 2 out. And 31 times he's scored his base runners, and he takes low, ball 1, 1 and 0. So Alan Craig will start it off, hitting just .214 on the road trip. Capuano into the windup, the 1-0 pitch, and he works it away. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Alan Craig. Craig last year was with the Cardinals and with Memphis, and he hit .307 with the big club. The 2-0 pitch on the way, in for a strike, and the count 2-1. Checking Capuano and Craig. Craig is 5 for 8 with a home run against him. So 2-1 to count to Alan Craig. Right-hand batter. Capuano delivers, big swing and a miss, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. So Chris Capuano ready to go to work against a very tough, hard-hitting club that is under 500, however, against left-handers. And hitting back at Craig, Yadier Molina. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, ground ball up along third, fielded on the run by Uribe, who throws him out. So Craig taps out to third base, one away, and Yadier Molina coming up. Yadier Molina has already thrown out 9 base runners this year. That includes tonight. Molina, a leader in many ways, hitting .333, coming off a 4-hit game Wednesday against San Diego. 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Capuano into the windup, and the pitch to Molina in for a strike, and the count 0-1. A family of great catchers, the Molinas. Yadier with 5 Gold Gloves, among other things. Now the strike one pitch, sprayed foul off to the right, out of play. A couple of years ago, the Cardinals and the Mets played a 20-inning game. Molina caught all 20 innings and then came right back the next day and caught another 9. So you have 9 Gold Gloves from catchers if you want to count Matheny. Ground ball to shortstop. Nice pick by Punto to make the play as Capuano went down on the mound and actually got out of the way. So Molina grounds up the middle, 2 down, and John Jay will be the hitter. John Jay developing into the center fielder that the Cardinals need. John hitting a solid .278. Capuano kind of pulling himself together, standing behind the rubber. John Jay, a resident of Miami just about all his life. Capuano looks down the barrel to get a sign. Now the left-hander ready, comes to the plate, slides a little slider in there for a strike. John Jay, born, raised in Miami, went to the University of Miami. 2nd-round pick by the Cardinals. 28 years old. Interesting that he's in the big leagues only because he didn't even make the junior varsity team. Ground ball to Gonzalez, who throws it behind Capuano. Capuano tries to barehand it and can't do it. It is interesting, from the first day of spring training, you will see the first baseman lob the ball to the pitcher, and yet it's a lot difficult than it appears. Naturally, if you had your druthers, you would lead the pitcher, but instead he threw behind him. Capuano could not make the catch, and rightly so. Gonzalez draws the error. So even Homer nods. A Gold Glove commits an error on a routine play. And the batter is David Freese, MVP of the World Series against Texas, and a dangerous right-hand batter. Throw over to first. Jay on the bag. Jay last year stole 19 bases, though Capuano, who has a wonderful pickoff move, will try to keep the traffic to a minimum. Jay inching off the bag. He's just 1 for 1 in stolen bases, and the pitch fouled away off to the right and out of play. So we're in the top of the 2nd inning. No score in the ball game. The Dodgers and the Cardinals. The Cardinals leading their division by a game and a half over Cincinnati. And it is a surprise, really, when you know how troubled the Dodgers have been, and yet they're only 6 games out of first place in the Wild West. 0-1 the count to David Freese. Strike one pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off. 0-2. You know, when you look back at this fabled franchise, the St. Louis Cardinals, they played in 18 World Series, 112 World Series games, and yet only once has a Cardinal hit a walk-off home run in the series, and that includes Mark McGwire. The one who did it, David Freese, in Game 6 to help win the 11th championship for St. Louis. So Freese waiting at the plate. 2 down, 0-2 the count. Second inning, no score. Freese played catcher in high school, but in his senior year he quit. He just didn't want to play baseball anymore. The next pitch to David is low, 1-2 the count. However, he picked up a scholarship to the University of Missouri. He didn't want that, and he finally went to the University of South Alabama. 1-2 to David Freese. 30 years old. Over at first is Jan Jay on the error, charged to Gonzalez. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, hit in the air to left field and deep. Crawford with the ball over his head, plays it off the board. They are going to send Jay in. The long throw from the field is in and out of the hands of Ellis all the way to the backstop, and Ellis is hurt on his back. All the way to third base is David Freese. So A.J. Ellis is flattened on a collision by John Jay following the error and the double off the boards. Sue Falsone, the Dodger trainer, is out there. Mike Matheny, who caught for a long time, the manager of the Cardinals, knows all about being leveled. Sue continues to talk to A.J., who is flat on his back. The ball and the runner, Jay, arrived at about the exact same time, and Ellis was just so vulnerable waiting for the hop. Molina in the dugout, I'm sure, has been flattened in his career. Those who go behind the plate suffer collisions and bruises, but A.J. is down, and Sue continues to talk to him. It'll be a double on a ball that went over Carl Crawford's head. Then the throw, which gets away at home plate, has to be explained for the presence of David Freese at third, and there'd be an error charge to Nick Punto. So the error by Gonzalez is cashed in, and of course every ball player can see himself in a similar situation. So both dugouts are very concerned. Ellis is slowly sitting up, now getting carefully up on his feet. Capuano and the Dodger trainers want to be assured that he's all right. He took a pretty good hit. David Freese gets the double to left, a run batted in. John Jay scores the run. Punto's throw on a couple of hops, and Ellis was there trying to block the plate with his entire body. In other words, it wasn't like he had just a leg down. His chest is facing Jay, who hit him head on, chest to chest. And of course, A.J. stationary, was flattened, and the ball went flying. But John Jay hit him with his left shoulder and side, and A.J. Ellis went down. He gets up. The Dodgers are talking to him. Of course, like every catcher who's ever been born, he doesn't want to come out. So they've talked to him. Now Molina, who no doubt can tell you a few stories of his own. They're going to let Capuano make a toss or two. Mike Matheny, of course, had a brilliant catching career. His problem, foul balls into the mask. He kept getting terrific headaches, concussion, and eventually had to hang it up. He was an outstanding 4-time Gold Glove catcher. Well, Ellis has convinced everybody that he is okay. He long ago convinced everybody that he was tough enough. So Jay carries in the run. Cardinals lead 1-0. John Jay made the only play he had. We've been talking about the different way to score. They try to teach fellas now to slide in foul ground and reach for home plate. But he didn't have the opportunity because A.J. had the plate completely blocked. Jay, by the way, is 5'11" and about 200 pounds. The pitch now to Kozma, and Pete takes ball one. 1-0 the count. So the Cardinals get a lead 1-0. Down the line from third comes Freese. Capuano ready and comes back and works it off the outside part of the plate. So 2 balls and no strikes the count. Pete Kozma from Owasso, Oklahoma, a Cardinal first-round pick out of Owasso High School. He went to Wichita State. Instead, got the baseball offer and became a pro. Pete takes away ball 3. As a shortstop, it took him a little while. He signed in 2007 and finally surfaced to the Cardinals 5 years later. 25 years old, and the 3-0 pitch taken off the plate for ball 4. One of the points we made very early in the broadcast, we said that the Cardinals have scored 99 runs this year with 2 out. Well, in the second inning, Craig grounded out, Molina grounded out, and then the error on the feed by Gonzalez to Capuano, followed by the double, the collision, the run scoring. So they've done it again. 100 runs scored with 2 out. Capuano out of a stretch, the runners at the corners, and the pitch high and away, ball 1. Another note about the Cardinals, they're hitting .343 this year, hard to believe, with runners in scoring position. And they're even better than that, .344 with 2 outs, then when less than 2 outs, .342. That's splitting a hair. They are quite a run-making machine. The next pitch is high, and a 2-ball, no-strike count to Lance Lynn. So one little play at first base. The feed that was behind Capuano instead of leading him. The error charge to Gonzalez, and that's all the Cardinals need, a break with 2 out, and in the blink of an eye, they have a run. Ellis apparently okay in a crouch, hanging out a couple of signs. Now the 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's taken for a strike. 2-1 the count to Lance Lynn. Lynn is 1 for 14. Lance waiting. Capuano's 2-1 pitch coming up. Swung on and missed, and they count 2-2. Capuano has now made 30 pitches. He only made 9 pitches in the first inning, and the second inning was pretty expensive considering the error and the collision at home plate. 1-0 St. Louis. 2 out, second inning. Birds at first and third. Capuano studying Ellis. Big Lynn at 6'5" gives you a good strike zone. Capuano straightens up, checks his runners, comes to his hitter, and it's foul to the screen. So Lance Lynn trying to advance the runners. Kozma at first. Freeze at third. 1 run in. Capuano again deep in thought as he checks in with Ellis. Now Chris is ready. Deuce is wild here, and the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and that's the inning. For the Cardinals, do it again. They score with 2 out. They leave 2, and at the end of an inning and a half, 1-0 St. Louis. dugout. The Cardinals have won 30 games. Cincinnati winning. They've now won 30. So the Cardinal lead was a game and a half going into today. Then you have the surprising Pirates, followed by Atlanta right on the heels. So that's a very tough division. Arizona, Colorado, San Francisco, they're all in there with 26 victories. We were just going to talk about Matheny for the moment. He was a cult hero in Milwaukee. During the 1998 season, he was hit in the face by a fastball from a Pirate pitcher. He didn't go down, not even to one knee, and he walked off the field spitting blood. And amazingly, he was back in the starting lineup the next day. So when you talk about tough catchers, you might very well include the name Mike Matheny, who among other things is one of only 3 catchers to catch over 100 games in a season and not commit an error. So he was quite a player, and he is quite a manager. Dodgers down 1-0, second inning. Matt Kemp checking in. Matt trying to get something started here, hitting .270, 2 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Lynn into the windup. Lance delivers, and it's fouled away. You know, the Dodgers commit an error. The throwing error by Punto was really only to keep track of why Freese was at third. That's all. However, the error by Gonzalez turned out to be a true error, and it brings up where the Dodgers are in being their own enemy. The strike 2 pitch on the way is low, ball 1. Arizona is the #1 fielding team in the league. They've committed only 15 errors. The Cardinals have only committed 17. The Dodgers have committed 36 errors. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Kemp. Fastball away. 2-2 the count. So Kemp, Ethier, and Ellis in that order against the big right-hander Lance Lynn. Lynn holds the ball at the belt, kind of turns and comes back 2-2, and it is swung on and missed. And down goes Matt Kemp. So 1 away in the second inning. You know, by the way, we have a moment. Our pal Jaime Jarrín is in his 55th season. Tomorrow, the Dodgers honor him on Jaime Jarrín bobblehead night. And the first 50,000 fans in attendance receive a mini Jaime, compliments of Time Warner Cable. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. One of my dear friends, and well deserving of any and every tribute he gets, Jaime Jarrín. 1 out, second inning. Andre Ethier, a one-hopper right at Matt Carpenter. And just like that, with a minimum number of pitches, we have 2 out in the second inning. And remember, Lynn made only 10 pitches in the first inning. A.J. Ellis, even though he got hammered at home plate, is coming up. 1-0 St. Louis in the second inning. Ellis pawing at the dirt, that right foot, the back foot, make sure it's well planted. Hitting .278, 2 home runs, 10 RBIs, and he has started 37 of 46 games in the most difficult, the most strength-sapping position on the field. A.J. takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Out there in center field, John Jay, obviously no worse for the wear. Of course, he was running. A body in motion tends to stay in motion, right? The next pitch evens up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike to A.J. Ellis. Dodgers have beaten the Cardinals 6 of the last 8 times they met here at Dodger Stadium, winning 5 of 7 last year. The next pitch in for a strike, and the count 1-2. So the Dodgers, at least in the early go, look like they have their hands full with Lance Lynn, one of the very fine young pitchers on the Cardinal staff. 1-2 pitch to Ellis is swung on, lifted foul off to the right and out of play. So A.J. back up and waiting. Lynn gets 1 foot on the very edge, the first base side of the rubber. Throws a good heavy two-seam fastball, a sinker, and this fastball is up and away, and that evens up the count at 2-2. Fastball, curveball, he has a slider and a changeup, and somewhat intimidating, I assume last year at 6'5" and 260. Now, as we said, he's about 6'5" and 230. 2-2 pitch on the way, and Ellis swings and down he goes. So the Dodgers go meekly in the second inning, and at the end of 2, it's the Cardinals 1 and the Dodgers nothing. On a lovely evening. They have the Dodger calendar. Remember, we begin 20 days, 20 games, and we start tonight with the Cardinals. They'll be here for the weekend. Then 2 games with the Angels here Monday and Tuesday. Then the Dodgers go down to Anaheim to play Wednesday and Thursday nights. Dodgers then go to Colorado and have a 3-game series before coming home to play San Diego for 3, Atlanta for 4, and Arizona for 3. It's going to be a big homestand. All right, third inning, second time around. Matt Carpenter, left-hand hitting second baseman at the plate, and looks at a strike, and the count 0-1. Carpenter hit the ball sharply at Mark Ellis on the right side of the infield. 0-1, the count to Carpenter. Capuano ready and comes back, and it's down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Interesting that the Cardinals are under 500 against left-handers, and the Dodgers are under 500 against right-handers, and that's exactly what we have tonight. 2-1 now, the count to Carpenter. Carpenter, most of the strikes on him are called, because the majority of time when he swings, he makes contact. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and a line drive base hit to the gap in left center. Kemp goes back to get it. Carpenter a big turn and holds on. So Matt Carpenter opens up the third inning with a line drive single to center, and the batter now will be Carlos Beltran. So Matt Carpenter has become an excellent leadoff man, contact hitter, good eye at the plate, and he singles. And now Carlos Beltran, one of the true stars ever since his career began. He's averaging a home run less than 6% of his at-bats, so you have to be very careful. His out sent Andre Ethier to the warning track in right field. 7-time All-Star, American League Rookie of the Year for the Royals. Beltran, a marvelous all-around player and a switch hitter. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Capuano delivers a strike. If you look at Beltran's numbers, he's hitting .312 batting left-handed, .282 right-handed, and of his 10 home runs, 7 have been hit as a left-handed batter. 1 ball and 1 strike. Capuano a high set up around the letters. Now his breaking ball in the dirt, and a nice save by A.J. Ellis. Matt Carpenter at first base listening to Chris Maloney. Matt Carpenter has not been involved in a stolen base. So Beltran waiting, 2-1 to count. Capuano out of a stretch. Cardinals lead 1-0. The next pitch fouled away. Going into this game, the Cardinals ranked very low in hitting against left-hand pitchers. With all the good numbers that we put up about them, they came into this game hitting only .223 against left-hand pitching, which is one of the big reasons why they're 4-5. They'll get another left-hander tomorrow in Ted Lilly, and then they'll get the ultimate left-hander for the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw, on Sunday. 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled away. Backlash hits it again. The Carlos Beltran with a 2-2 count. We're in the 3rd inning and the Cardinals lead 1-0. Beltran in what appears to be his favorite spot in the lineup, hitting second. He's 36 years old, from Puerto Rico. 2-2 the count. Beltran waits. Capuano looks over at first and works inside. Beltran at a glance has had as many as 41 home runs for the Mets. He's had as many as 116 RBIs for the Mets. With the Cardinals last year, he had 32 home runs and 97 runs batted in. So the 3-2 count. Capuano looks over at Carpenter and decides he'll go over there, maybe take a step away from him. Beltran doesn't walk very much. He has walked only 8 times and he has struck out 29. He's up there to hack. The 3-2 pitch, Capuano delivers, and it's a breaking ball low, ball 4. So Capuano tried to hit the inside corner with a slider. It stayed down. So Beltran does what he normally doesn't do, and there are runners at first and second, nobody out, and Matt Holliday the batter. Mentioned earlier about Holliday, I'll always remember the appendectomy, and 10 days later he's scoring the winning run. But I guess most of us will remember Matt Holliday for a home run he hit here at Dodger Stadium a couple of years ago that went over the back wall of the Dodger bullpen, right where the Three Sisters, the palm trees, are. It was an awesome shot. He takes very high, ball 1. 1-0 to Matt Holliday. Cardinals have a lot of weapons. That home run that he hit amongst the Sisters was tabulated to be 481 feet. That was back in 2006. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Holliday lays off a pitch on the corner. For those watching on TV, we can just show the curveball, the hanging curveball, and then the ball going right where the Three Sisters were and out over the bullpen wall. One of the bigger shots in the history of Dodger Stadium. 1-1 the count to Matt Holliday. Capuano ready. Here he comes, and he misses inside, so he's digging a hole now. 2-1 the count. The Capuano in some trouble. Cardinals lead 1-0, and they have runners at first and second. Nobody out. 2-1 the count to Holliday with Alan Craig on deck. Capuano ready. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled off. Change, and he was a little bit out in front of it. 2-2 the count to Matt. Holliday is 6'4", about 230 pounds. He has the great face. I picture his face. It could be a baseball player. You could see a football helmet on it, or he could be a fighter pilot. He's just one of those fellows with great athletic features. 2-2 to Matt Holliday. Just turned 33. The 2-2 pitch swung on, lifted to right field and deep, but going back is Ethier. Runners tag, Ethier for the catch. One runner, that would be Carpenter, will advance to third. So it looked like a change, and all Holliday could do was muscle it that far to right field. First and third, one out, and Alan Craig coming up. Craig grounded out in the second inning. Cardinals leading the Dodgers 1-0. Game one of a 3-game series. For Alan Craig, he really perks up with runners on base, hitting .226 with the bases empty, and then rising to the challenge, hitting .397 with men on base. So Craig up there now, first and third, one out. Capuano delivers, and that's whacked into left center field, not only for a base hit, it's going to be an extra base hit for Craig, and he has driven in one run, and here comes the second run. So Craig doubles in two, and the Cardinals lead 3-0 here in the third inning. So isn't that so like the numbers indicate? Craig just grounded out, leading off in the second inning. You put runners on ahead of him, and boom. So he doubles in two. No place to hide with this marvelous Cardinal attack. So 3-0 in favor of St. Louis, and the batter is Yadier Molina, still just one out. Molina grounded out in the second inning. Capuano's fastball way outside, ball one. 1-0 the count to Yadier. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Molina, right-hand batter. Capuano again keeps the ball away from him, way outside and high. 2 balls and no strikes. Molina not only throws out base runners, but he'll surprise you. He himself has stolen third base twice because he nailed Crawford earlier in the game. 2-0 pitch taken for a strike, and the count 2-1. Molina had the best year of his career with bat and arm last year, but he is so talented. Molina also picks off runners. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way, and that's a little low. So Capuano, pitching cautiously with a runner at second, has fallen behind 3-1. And then you have the left-hand hitting center fielder John Jay coming up. Cardinals 3, Dodgers nothing. Top of the third inning, one out. Molina waits. Capuano set. Chris delivers. Swung on and missed at the plate. And the count 3-2. So Jay waiting on deck. 3-2 the count. 3 runs, 3 hits for St. Louis. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. 2 errors, one of them very important. And the 3-2 pitch to Yadier Molina with 1 out. Capuano so deliberate, and he backs off the rubber. So in the inning, Carpenter single to center, Beltran walk, Holliday a fly ball to right. And then with first and second, Craig promptly doubled in 2. The 3-2 pitch on the way, and that is low, ball 4. The Capuano struggling some more, and he has walked 2 men in the inning. 3 so far in the game. John Jay coming up. Both Jay and Ellis had that big collision. All part of the day's work. Jay hitting .277. He has 2 on. Craig and Molina, and Capuano with 1 out trying to get out of an inning. Delivers, and the pitch to Jay is low, ball 1. Now A.J. Ellis along with Nick Punto deciding to have a little meeting at the mound. Tomorrow John Gast will go up against Ted Lilly. And then the Sunday pitching duel, Shelby Miller and Clayton Kershaw. And that should be a dandy. So John Jay, who reached on the error, up there with Molina at first, Craig at second. Jay's already been vitally involved in that collision with A.J. Ellis. Capuano behind in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Now Chris Reddy, left-hander, deals, missing the outside corner of the knee. We were talking about John Jay earlier. He didn't even make the junior varsity team as a freshman and didn't even start a game in high school until his junior year. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way. Swung on, popped up. Infield fly rule. Yep, it's called. Uribe makes it official. So we have 2 down in the 3rd inning. And the batter now, David Freese, who doubled in the 2nd inning. Freese hit the ball over Carl Crawford's head. It banged off the boards in left field. And that scored John Jay, the resulting collision with A.J. Ellis. And Freese taking 3rd when Punto's throw to the plate was involved with the collision. And they had to account for Freese's presence at 3rd base. Capuano's pitch in for a strike. So he finally gets ahead of a hitter with 2 on and 2 out and 2 in. Alan Craig at second. Yadier Molina at first. 3-0 St. Louis. Capuano straightens up. Looks back at second base, very deliberate. Now he's ready in the strike 1 pitch, swung on and missed. 0-2. David Freese hitting only .223 when he came into the game. 1 home run, 9 runs batted in. Oh, and 2 the count. Capuano checks the runners. Extremely deliberate. Now to the plate, missing inside at the ribs. 1-2 the count to David Freese. Freese, the hero of the World Series, but the odd point, he slept on a couch in a buddy's apartment all during the series. 1-2. Capuano another look back at second. The left-hander to the plate. Off speed, a changeup that was out of the strike zone, and Freese chases it and strikes out. So he got 2 outs on the changeup. The other was the fly ball by Matt Holliday, but they score 2 and the Cardinals lead 3-0. third inning. Taking a look at the Cardinal pitching staff, the starting pitchers are outstanding. An earned run average 2.6. That's best in the league. The relief pitchers are listed as third worst in the National League. However, the bullpen is doing a lot better now. For instance, they're second in the league in saves. They have 15 saves. They're also second in blown saves. They've blown 10 of them. However, Edward Mujica has stepped into the closer role, and he's 13 for 13 in save attempts. So the Cardinal bullpen is alive and well now. In the bottom of the third inning, Nick Punto, followed by Juan Uribe, and then Chris Capuano, who labored in that third inning. Chris made 30 pitches in the third and has already made 63 pitches. So he's pitching at the rate of 180 pitches for a 9-inning game. 1 ball and no strikes to Punto in a crouch, hitting left-handed and takes a strike. Punto, a switch hitter, hitting .330, and of course can look back to that World Series with St. Louis when they defeated the Texas Rangers in 7 games. 1-1 pitch on the way, and Punto pays the price for a look, and the count now 1-2. Lance Lynn, 6-1. His last loss was a tough one, and as mentioned, he has never lost back-to-back starts in his young career. The pitch to Punto is foul back. 1-2 the count. It's a formidable staff, and the Cardinals, of course, when they lost Chris Carpenter, they also lost Westbrook, and it looked like, well, they even lost the famous manager, Tony La Russa. They lost the world-famous pitching coach and Dave Duncan, and everybody thought, well, they've lost so many good people, it's going to be a while for them to bounce back. But instead, they have done a wonderful job. The reign of Mike Matheny. Lance Lynn turns on the rubber, and the 1-2 pitch, one hopper backhanded nicely at short by Cosma and throws him out. So Pete Cosma just short hopping and backhanding that, and just like that, one away. So bring the family out to Dodger Stadium Memorial Day. Dodgers and Angels at 5:10. Their first 15,000 ticketed kids 14 and under in attendance receive a Clayton Kershaw themed Dodger Fathead, compliments of Northrop Grumman. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions. 3-0 in favor of St. Louis. 1 out in the third inning, and Uribe hits a flare down the right field line. That's not only in there, it'll go to the wall. Uribe on his way to second, and he has himself a wrong field double. So Crawford led off the game with a single, and 6 outs later, the Dodgers get a right field double by Juan Uribe. So that'll bring up Chris Capuano. 1 out in the third. 3-0 St. Louis. Beltran over to get the ball in the corner. Juan Uribe was hitting .229. That was his first double. So Capuano, left-hand batter. Lynn deals, fastball strike, and the count 0-1. Lynn again reading Yadier Molina. Capuano waiting quietly. The strike one pitch swung on and missed. 0-2. One of the notes about Lance Lynn, if you look back through his career, if the Cardinals score 3 or more runs, and they have 3 tonight, he is 22-4 in his career. 0-2 the count. Lynn ready, Capuano waiting with 1 out, and the pitch to Capuano at the knees, fastball. That's that two-seamer. Strike 3 called. So that's the 4th strikeout for Lance Lynn, and the batter now will be Carl Crawford, who singled to center in the first inning and was promptly thrown out trying to steal. Crawford hitting .306 as he checks in. Left-hand batter against the right-hander Lance Lynn. Lynn looks back at second, works Crawford, big swing and a miss. Interesting, like so many other pitches, when you look closely at Lance Lynn, his earned run average gets smaller as the game progresses. First through the 3 innings, his ERA is around 4. The middle 3, it drops to 3, and the last 3, it drops to 2. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. Lynn deals, finds the target, and quickly Crawford finds himself in a hole. No balls and 2 strikes. The veteran plate umpire, Jerry Davis, has been in the league 30 years. Jerry was born in St. Louis. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Lynn at the belt, looks back at Uribe, comes back away. 1 and 2 the count to Carl Crawford. Lynn has made 35 pitches compared to the 63 made by Capuano. Right-hander ready, and the 1-2 pitch again away. 2 and 2. No, the deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner at second, and the Cardinals lead 3-0 behind Lance Lynn. Trying to pick up Uribe at second base. Lynn reading Molina. And the 2-2 pitch coming up. Lynn delivers, chased and missed. Looked like a sinking fastball on the outside part of the plate. So Crawford becomes strikeout number 5 for Lance Lynn. And at the end of 3, the Cardinals lead 3-0. Cardinals top of the 4th inning. You know, tomorrow Fox's baseball coverage moves to prime time. Game 2 of the series, Cardinals and Dodgers. Baseball night in America begins a little early tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific. Ted Lilly making his own mental calculations in the Dodger dugout. He'll be on the hill tomorrow at a little after 4 facing the Cardinals, just as Capuano is on the hill right now. It has not been easy for Capuano, and we'll see about Lilly trying to come back tomorrow. Big change, slow breaking ball in for a strike, and the count 0-1 to Pete Kozma, who walked in the 2nd inning. The strike 1 pitch, Kozma holds up, looked like he was going to give it a rip and then check. 1 ball and 1 strike to Pete. Last year, Cosma hit .343 over the final month of the season. That was remarkable, especially for a rookie. He takes a strike. In fact, it was the best since Terry Pendleton hit .343. And what was even more satisfying for Cardinal management, 10 of his 22 hits were for extra bases. And he had an RBI in 7 of the last 11 games. 1-2 pitch to Pete Kozma, and that's high. 2-2. Born in Tulsa, lives in Owasso. I wonder if Owasso was anywhere close to Moore. No. The 2-2 pitch. Chased and missed. Bad ball outside of the zone. And Kozma strikes out. 3 strikeouts for Capuano. But he's down 3-0. And the batter is Lance Lynn. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors for the Dodgers. Cap misses with the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. One and 0. And 2-0. So there's that 6'5" hitter with the big strike zone. Capuano has missed and fallen behind 2-0. On deck, Matt Carpenter. 2-0 in there. Cardinals scored a run in the 2nd inning with 2 out. An error by Gonzalez, followed by a double by David Freese, and a collision at home plate gave the Cardinals a run. And fortunately, neither John Jay nor A.J. Ellis, who really took the brunt of the collision, both men were okay, stayed in the game, and obviously continue to play. And then the Cardinals in the 3rd inning had a key double by Alan Craig to drive in 2 more. That's a strike. So Lynn goes down. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts for Capuano to give him 4. And with 2 out, Matt Carpenter.
Second baseman, Matt Carpenter.
Matt Carpenter, although you forget about it, you think it's only for pitchers. Matt Carpenter missed a year of college to recover from Tommy John surgery. Off the plate, ball 1. His father, Rick, was a collegiate baseball player. His wife, Tammy, a softball player. They had a lot of impact on a lot of players, did his father. That's in for a strike. He had a fine baseball program, and several players went along, including Matt, James Loney, among others, Kip Wells, Chad Huffman, all played for Matt's dad. Matt has a brother, Ty, last we heard, was in the Mets organization. And as you may notice, he's not wearing batting gloves. Last of the Mohicans. 2-1. 3-1 to count. Matt 6'3", 200-pounder. He'll be 28 in November. Went to Texas Christian University. That's a strike. 3-2. Two down here in the 4th inning. Capuano has now made 78 pitches. Very expensive 2nd and 3rd innings. 3-2 pitch. Pull foul. Carpenter last year hit .339 with runners in scoring position. So they loved him in St. Louis. He was listed as a third baseman and a second baseman. And Jose Aquindo, who is now and has been for quite some time the third base coach for the Cardinals, had a lot to do with Matt's development as a second baseman. Little ground ball. Uribe can't get it. Backhanded by Punto. The throw on the hop in time. Nice play by Nick. And down go the Cardinals for the second time in 4 innings in order. And we're heading to the bottom of the 4th. Cardinals 3, Dodgers nothing. By your Southern California Kia retailers. Visit mysocalkia.com. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. Bottom of the 4th inning on a beautiful evening in Southern California. Temperature was 68 degrees when the game started. Barely a zephyr blowing in the ballpark. So on a comfortable evening so far, Lance Lynn is making the most of it. He's limited the Dodgers to just 2 hits, a leadoff single to Carl Crawford, who was eventually thrown out trying to steal, and a double by Uribe in the 3rd inning, who failed to even advance. So now it's Mark Ellis, Adrian Gonzalez, and Matt Kemp. Ball 1. The 1-0 pitch, that's on the corner. 1-1 to Mark. Ellis hitting .318. Little ground ball to third. David Freese. And just like that, 1 away in the 4th inning. What's going on in the major leagues? Well, among other things, we can tell you San Diego behind Eric Stoltz, leading Arizona 1-0, bottom of the 7th inning. Stoltz has allowed only 3 hits. Colorado's Chatwood so far shutting down the Giants 3-0. And we told you about Anibal Sanchez losing the no-hitter, would have been the 2nd of his career, in the 9th inning with 1 out. 0-1 to Adrian Gonzalez, popped up in the 1st inning. Very happy at home, hitting .350 here, .257 on the road. High fly ball, but very playable. John Jay is right there. So just a lazy fly ball. 2 out in the 4th inning. And Matt Kemp coming up. Matt struck out in the 2nd inning. Matt way off the pace from last year. and looking to see what he has done against Lynn. He was one for 3 and then struck out in the second inning. Ball 1. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Cardinals, no runs, 2 hits and 2 errors for the Dodgers. Trying to do something against Lance Lynn. David Freese had a big hit and collision. Alan Craig had the big double, and put it all together, the Cardinals have 3. 2-0. And a high fly ball to right, very playable. Carlos Beltran. Though the Dodgers tiptoe through the 4th inning. At the end of 4, it remains St. Louis 3 and the Dodgers nothing. Fifth inning. It's time now for our Twitter poll. What is your favorite activity for Memorial Day weekend? Spending a day at the beach? How about barbecuing? Maybe seeing a game right here at Dodger Stadium? Or maybe you enjoy doing all 3. Well, tweet hashtag LA Beach Day, LA Barbecue, Dodger Stadium, or enjoy all 3. Whatever. Have a safe and happy and wonderful Memorial Day weekend. And stay with us and we'll see the results. Chris Capuano has labored, and in contrast to Lance Lynn, Capuano has made 80 pitches in 4 innings. Lynn has made 44. Beltran, Holiday, and Craig in that order. Off speed. Remember, he got a couple of big outs throwing that changeup. Beltran, meanwhile, flied to right, walked, scored a run in the 3rd inning. Little ground ball. Uribe in front of Punto, double grips and throws him out. So 1 away in the 5th inning, and Matt Holliday coming up. Holliday grounded sharply to Mark Ellis in the 1st inning, and then with 1st and 2nd hit what appeared to be a changeup high in the air to right field. It was deep enough to advance Carpenter to 3rd base, and then 2 men scored on the double by Alan Craig. Oh, and 1. No balls, 1 strike. 1-1. For the Dodgers, when they come up in the 5th inning, they'll have Ethier, Ellis, and Punto. 3-0 St. Louis on 3 hits. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. That's that change at 78. 1-2 to Holiday. Matt has always been a big RBI man, averaging 1 less than every 6th at bat. Big chopper to Punto. So we have 2 down in the 5th inning, and Alan Craig coming up. Alan Craig grounded to 3rd in the 2nd inning, and then doubled to the gap all the way to the wall in the 3rd, driving in Carpenter and Beltran. We told you earlier the remarkable set of numbers with Craig. With the bases empty, he's not much of a threat. You put some men on base and look out. He's averaging an RBI every 5 at bats. Alan Craig, born in Mission Viejo. He'll be 29 in July. He talked about growing up in Temecula and having to pay to take batting practice in the various cages down there. He said it cost $15 for 10 minutes. He spent around $300 in those cages, but it finally paid off. He had a weight problem. He's around 210. And when they first drafted him to the Cardinals, they wanted to make sure that Craig would lose some weight. He dropped around 10 to 15 pounds. And lifts one into the gap in left center, and I mean lift one over the wall into the seats. So Alan Craig hits one out, and it is 4-0. St. Louis. So the Cardinals have Craig, the Dodgers have the Blues. For Craig, his 3rd home run. For Chris Capuano, that would be the 4th home run that he's allowed. And the Cardinals now leading 4-0. And they line up to 5 Craig all the way down the line. Off speed pitch to Yadier Molina. Take another look. Ball was down, and he got just enough of it to clear the wall. Interesting what the Cardinals did on that home run. We haven't seen any other team do that. Most teams just gather at the foot of the steps, and when the guy gets in, there's a lot of high-fiving, etc. But they lined up. All right. The fist bump was the latest thing we had seen inside the dugouts. Now you'll take a look at the Heroes line. There they are. That's kind of nice. For the Cardinals. 4-0 St. Louis. Yadier Molina has grounded out and walked. 1-2 the count. Went after the sinker. Punto at the other end of it. That's the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 swing of the bat by Alan Craig. 4-0 St. Louis. and Magic and experience the magic at Dodger Stadium Tuesday. The Dodgers face the Angels, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Magic Johnson-themed T-shirt. Compliments of State Farm. For tickets, be sure to visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, the Dodgers need to get something going because right now Lance Lynn is very comfortably eschewed on top of the mound. He has made only 44 pitches as he goes to work in the 5th inning. Ethier grounded out in the 2nd inning, and Lance Lynn just getting everything to his liking. He can barely get his right foot on the first base side of the rubber. Ball 1. Andre hitting .262. He has 4 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Hit on the hands, ground ball to short. 1 away. A.J. Ellis coming up, and to see him walk up to home plate gladdens the heart, especially if you were here and saw the collision. First, the ball went over Carl Crawford's head. Here comes John Jay. Here comes the throw by Punto, the collision, and you can see Jay curling up and hitting him legitimately so because A.J. was blocking the plate. And thank goodness they're both up and have not missed a beat. Strike. Ellis struck out in the 2nd inning. Oh and 2. Over the years, thinking of collisions, thinking of Mike Scioscia, Steve Yeager, John Roseboro. 1 and 2. One of the rarest collisions I think I ever saw involved the Dodgers and the Cardinals in St. Louis. It was a Cardinal pitcher. I mean, how many times are you going to see a pitcher try to knock a catcher head over heels? 0 and 2. And Ellis now goes down chasing one high and away. That's 6 strikeouts for Lance Lynn. Anyway, the Cardinal pitcher came charging into home plate straight up, and John Roseboro was the catcher, and Roseboro dropped into a crouch, and as the pitcher came to home plate, Roseboro stood up just as the pitcher was arriving. The pitcher did a complete somersault over Roseboro's head, landed flat on his back, and I'm sure went back to the dugout saying, I will never, ever try to run into a catcher again. That was the most spectacular collision I'd ever seen. Nick Punto, you can imagine the thoughts running through his mind. Skip Schumacher as they look over in the Cardinal bench and remember 2 years ago. 1-1. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, 2 out. Lance Lynn has limited the Dodgers to a leadoff single by Crawford in the 1st inning and a 1-out double by Uribe in the 3rd. He brought everything to the dance tonight. Lance Lynn came into the game 6-1. Basically a 2-seamer, a heavy sinker, plus the curveball, slider, and change. 2-2. Down in the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell begins to loosen up. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fouled away. Capuano has made 93 pitches in 5 innings. So a little more than 18 pitches. Meanwhile, the Dodgers just can't figure out what to do anything. It's Mark Ellis and Zach Greinke and Carl Crawford and Andre Ethier, and there's Capuano. But the stage belongs to Lynn. Got him. Inside corner at the knees. $1 million pitch. 7 strikeouts. And at the end of 5, 4-0 Cardinals. And Mets had their handful. They were playing a game that went 19 innings. In the course of that game, Willie Davis, the Dodgers center fielder, had 6 hits. It was in a losing cause, however. When the game was over after 19, the New York Mets had won the game 7-3. One other thing about the Dodgers of 73, that was 1 year before they won the pennant. They had 19 singles in that game and came up short. 1973. That's 40 years ago. Thank goodness it was written down. Let's go back to this one. Chris Capuano will stay in to pitch this inning. He is due to bat second when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 6th. But it is 4-0 St. Louis. John Jay, David Freese, Pete Kozma in that order. Jay reached on an error. It was such a simple play. Ground ball wide of first. Adrian Gonzalez picked it up. Wanted to feed Capuano and lead him. Instead, underhanded behind Capuano. He tried to catch it with his bare hand and couldn't do it. Well, we had told you that the Cardinals have a very happy habit of scoring with 2 out. And sure enough, there were 2 outs when Adrian made the error. Boom. Next thing you know, David Freese doubled, and he went on to score a run, added 2 more, and then the home run by Craig, and the Cardinals lead 4-0. One and 2 the count to John Jay. Boy, Lance Lynn, another 13 pitch inning. He's only made 57 pitches in 5 innings. So he's right now he's averaging less than 12 pitches per inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was a slider, and he bangs it for a base hit. Crawford over to get it. So John Jay just went with the breaking ball and singles to left, and the batter will be David Freese.
Batting next, third baseman, number 23, David Freese.
Just went down to get it. Pretty good pitch, but it is the big leagues. 4 runs, 5 hits for St. Louis. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Frustrated Capuano. Thought he had made a good pitch. It was a good pitch. But Jay's a good ball player. Down in the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell has been throwing. Now Matt Guerrier gets up and Howell stops. David Freese doubled and struck out. And now Honeycutt will go out there and hold little court. We mentioned earlier, and for those who are not familiar with it, about the fact that David Freese was the MVP of the World Series in 2011. And we mentioned that he spent every home game night on a drab olive sofa in a tiny spare room of a college buddy St. Louis apartment. An arrangement born of both superstition and sleeping skill. David said, heck, I can sleep anywhere. Get on the plane and I'm out before we take off. Anyway, he would settle on the couch shortly after he had moved into a new apartment of his own in September. He realized he'd forgotten to pre-order cable television and he'd have to wait weeks for an installer. I'm not going to stay there without any cable, he said. So he went to his buddy's house. Next thing you know, he's in the World Series. He's sleeping on his buddy's couch, and he's the MVP in the World Series. They clinched the wild card in Houston, and he came back, and his buddy said, you're not going anywhere. You keep winning, you keep sleeping here. David Freese. David's out of Corpus Christi, Texas. Oh, and 1 to count. Of course, when you look at what happened to David Freese, if he never played another game, he'd accomplished everything he could possibly have ever dreamed about. First of all, he was the National League All-Star last year. The year before, he was the National League Championship Series MVP. And then, of course, the icing on the cake, a World Series MVP. Oh, and 2. Capuano working his last inning, I'm sure, has now made 101 pitches. Just missed. Change. You almost went after it. David just did hold up. We mentioned how he got tired. He just didn't like baseball. He talked about there's too much negativity about it. So he turned down a scholarship to the University of Missouri and actually enrolled as a regular full-paying student. 2-2. And it's a high fly ball. We're watching Crawford to the track, at the wall, gone. Bullpen. And now the Cardinals have almost flown away with the game as they lead 6-0. So he doesn't need his buddy's couch as David Freese joins Alan Craig, and we'll see now if they line up again. Here we go, down the line. Yep. That's not a bad tradition. Leave it up to the Cardinals. It's a great franchise. In fact, as we take another look at David Freese's home run, there is a wonderful article on the St. Louis Cardinals in the current edition of Sports Illustrated. Not only the cover of some of the young Cardinals, but then they had a picture of the throwback Cardinals along with Roger Maris and all those fellas. It'll tell you all about a wonderful organization, and with that, we'll be right back. Matt Guerrier and D. Gordon. So if you're keeping score, put Guerrier in Punto's spot since Nick made the last out, and Gordon would bat ninth and bat second when the Dodgers hit in the bottom of the sixth. But they're having trouble getting out of the top of the sixth. Jay single, David Freese homers, and now Pete Kozma 0 for 1 at the plate. For Chris Capuano, made 104 pitches in 5 innings plus and gave up 6 runs, 6 hits. 2-1. Kozma walked and struck out. The Cardinals with 6 hits, but they have a double by David Freese, a double by Alan Craig, a home run by Alan Craig, and a 2-run home run by David Freese. So they're getting the maximum out of the minimum. 3-1. Ground foul. 3-2 to Kozma. 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors for the Dodgers. Capuano came in with a record of 1-2, 5-6 lifetime against St. Louis. And that's going to go to the gap. Here comes Ethier, and it comes to him. So a little room service fly ball, and Lance Lynn will be coming up. One ball and no strikes. Lynn has struck out. He's 0 for 2. (2-0). Dodgers will have Uribe, Gordon, and Crawford in the bottom of the 6th inning. Fouled away upstairs to the right. Lance Lynn was hitting .071. He was 1 for 14. He has now struck out 12 of 16 at bats. 2-2. John Gast and Ted Lilly tomorrow. 4:15 game tomorrow. And then Shelby Miller and Clayton Kershaw Sunday afternoon. So Lynn strikes out a third time. The upcoming pitchers, John Gass, 2-0, pretty high ERA. Lilly, a very high ERA. But then look at Sunday. Wow. Miller and Kershaw. That should be a dandy. Right. St. Louis Cardinals. 11 championships. That's a strike 0-2. The Rockies are leading the Giants 4-0 in the 7th inning. Mike Kadaya, who has doubled and homered 3 of the Rockies' runs, beating up Tim Lincecum. Tyler Chatwood working on a shutout. Fly ball, Crawford right there. And the D-backs are leading the Padres 5-2. They picked up 5 in the 7th inning to spoil Eric Stone's shutout and knock him out. And it's 6-0 St. Louis. Score. One of the big differences would be the pitches made. Capuano labored. He had a 24-pitch inning. He had a 30-pitch inning. Meanwhile, Lance Lynn, his highest number of pitches in one inning, 15. He had one inning where he made only 8 and another inning where he made only 10. So Lynn's been like a machine, and Capuano has given up 6 runs. So the machine will be ready to pitch to Uribe, Gordon, and Crawford. Bottom of the 6th, 6-0 St. Louis. Ball 1. Uribe doubled into the right field corner. His first double of the year. 2-0. Interesting to look at the lifestyle of Lance Lynn. We mentioned the fact that last year he weighed at least 260, maybe more than that. But when he came to spring training this year, he had dropped almost 40 pounds. I mean, he was a totally different looking human being. And the big thing is, how did he do it? Well, among other things, when he went home to Oregon in October, he just had a lifestyle change. The gym work wasn't drastically different. He did increase workouts days per week from 4 to 6. That's a strike. He added some agility work, but the greatest emphasis, he said, was on nutrition. The Cardinals sent a nutritionist to help him with the process of putting restrictions on his diet. And of course, Lance Lynn never thought much about his diet when he got up to over 260. But they were instructed, Lynn and his wife Lauren, on what to cook, how to control portions, and what substitutions could be used. And it all paid off, I should say. Now remember, here's a guy trying to improve. He had just won 18 games. Well, he finally surrenders a walk after 7 strikeouts. He walks Uribe. And the batter will be Dee Gordon. So Gordon checking in with Uribe at first. Nobody out, 6th inning. Dodgers so far this year shut out once at home, that's all. And they were shut out twice on the road. Ball 1. Gordon 0 for 4 in the past against Lynn. (6-0) St. Louis. Bottom of the 6th. Check swing foul. Uribe at first. Dodgers trying to somehow solve the mystery of Lance Lynn. He beat him last year, the only time they'd ever seen him. He has won 6 and lost 1. Just missed the outside corner. 2-1. Unusual for him to be pitching out of a stretch. Gordon is about as hungry a hitter as the Dodgers have. He's hitting 167, but more than that, he is 0 for his last 20. Two and two. Still 2-2. It must be so discouraging to so many players who, let's say, get to AAA and they have a big year at AAA and then they get called up. I mean, when Gordon was called up from AAA Albuquerque, he was hitting .314. I mean, whoa, I'm on my game. Come up here, it's a nightmare. And it continues. So that's 8 strikeouts for Lance Lynn. And Carl Crawford coming up. Carl Crawford, among other things, he and Adrian Gonzalez have certainly found a home at Dodger Stadium. And for Crawford, hitting .361 at home. That'd be 5th in the league. He's behind Tulowitzki and Braun, Gomez and Posey. Then that falls off to .244 on the road. Towering fly ball, very playable. Matt Holliday. So 2 out in the 6th inning. Uribe holding at first, and the batter is Mark Ellis. It has not been a merry month of May for the Dodgers. They are 6-13 this month. The Cardinals, however, are 15-5. So Matt Kemp and company have really been hurting, and against right-handers. Mark Ellis struck out, grounded out. Lance Lynn with 8 strikeouts, with 2 out, 6th inning, leading 6-0. Ball 1. Lynn has now made 72 pitches. That's a strike. 2-seamer. He can throw that thing all day. And it's not as if he's lighting up the room throwing 96 and 97. Run around 91, 92, but great control. 2-1. Mark batting .315. 2 home runs, 11 runs batted in. John Gass, Ted Lilly tomorrow at 4:15. Shelby Miller and Clayton Kershaw Sunday. Pretty good fastball. Again, 91 in on the hands. A.J. Ellis talking to Clayton Kershaw. They're not only battery mates, they're good buddies. Two and two. Fouled away. Dodgers have had one man get to second base. That was Uribe, who doubled to right field way back in the 3rd inning. Crawford singled to open up the 1st inning and was thrown out stealing. No one else got on until Uribe walked in the 6th. Two and two. Too much time. Got him. Got the outside corner. That's that 2-seamer. And that is 9 strikeouts for Lance Lynn. And at the end of 6-0 St. Louis. Aiding and abetting him would be the Cardinal offense. Matt Carpenter with a base hit and scored a run. Beltran right back of him scored a run. Then you get to Alan Craig. And Craig wearing out the Dodgers. Home run, double, 3 RBIs. David Freese had a 2-run home run, double, and 3 RBIs. And there's the damage. All 6 driven in by those 2. And it'll be Beltran to start it off, followed by Holliday and Craig. Carlos Beltran, a switch hitter who has hit 344 home runs. He would be 6th on the all-time list. Mickey Mantle, 536 home runs as a switch hitter. 2-0. The Guerrero pitching away, and Beltran sitting on a 3-0 count and hitting .301. And Beltran's aboard, a leadoff walk. The Guerrero walks a man. Remember the Twitter poll, what's your favorite activity for Memorial Day weekend? Ah, yes. Enjoy everything. The beach day, the barbecue. We'll take everything that comes along. 80% said enjoy all. And hope you certainly enjoy the weekend happily and safely. Ball 1. So Guerrero, who made 14 pitches in relief, picking up the pieces in the 6th inning, begins the 7th by walking Beltran, who now has walked twice. Holliday grounded out twice, fly to right. Three and 0. After Holliday, Alan Craig, who has a double and a home run and knocked in 3. Taking and a breaking ball, and all of a sudden back-to-back walks here in the 7th inning. The Guerrero unable to find the strike zone. That sends up another bad signal to the bullpen. And in a moment, on the phone, as Honeycutt goes out, the manager is talking to the pen. Alan Craig has grounded to third, doubled in 2 runs, and homered. You know, in that 2011 World Series, that was a 7-game series with the Texas Rangers. Craig homered 3 times in the series, and the Cardinals won all 3 of those games. He also had the game-winning RBI in 3 of the 4 World Series victories. Only Kiki Kyler of the 25 Tigers and Hank Greenberg of the 45 Tigers had ever done that. So he's young, and he's already accomplished something that most people unable to do. Meanwhile, J.P. Howell is heating up back of Guerrero as Allen checks in. 6-0 Cardinals. Ball 1 right at the knuckles. Craig takes a look at Jose Oquendo. Of course, a few years ago, they knew he was a comer. Allen was the Cardinals minor league player of the year in 2009. Right. Went to Cal Berkeley. 2 on, nobody out. We're in the 7th inning. 6-0 St. Louis. Oh, got it. Well, Craig unable to get out of the way. And of course, Guerrero's having trouble throwing a strike anyway. He walked Beltran, then he walked Holiday. Now he hits Craig to load the bases. Got him on the elbow. And he had a protective covering on that area anyway, thank goodness. So a swarm of Cardinals surrounding Guerrier. And here is Yadier Molina. He has 3 grand slams in his career. 0-1. Molina talking to the plate umpire. You have Beltran at third, Holiday at second, Craig at first. And Guerrier in a lot of trouble. Oh and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yadier's dad was Benjamin Molina Sr. and he coached baseball when he wasn't working in a factory assembly line in Puerto Rico. One and 1. And a high fly ball into deep right center. Efield to the track to make the catch. 2 runners tag. 1 will score. And the Cardinals lead 7-0 as Beltran brought in the run. Well, Molina gets a sacrifice fly and advances a runner to boot. So 2 walks and a hit batter and a fly ball. And just like that, the Cardinals have another. And Mattingly now bringing a big hook. You have the left hand hitting John Jay. You have the left-hander J.P. Howell. Mattingly stops to talk to the plate umpire because Skip Schumacher is going to come into the game. So we'll be right back. And it's 7-0 St. Louis. Lance Lynn has been like a machine. 1 walk, 9 strikeouts, and he's been really backed up by the bats of Alan Craig and David Freese, to mention just a couple. So it's been all St. Louis, and J.P. Howell is asked to get some outs, please. And John Jay and David Freese will be coming up. So Guerrier made 28 pitches and just lost his control here in the 7th inning. 2 walks and a hit batter. One ball and no strikes. Jay reached down the air at first, scored on the collision on the double by David Freese, popped up to third, singled, and rode home on Freese's home run. 1 ball and no strikes. That's a strike. When the Dodgers come up in the 7th inning, they'll have Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ethier, and if anybody gets on, A.J. Ellis. Capuano, Guerrier, and now J.P. Howell. Holiday at third, Craig at first, 1 away. 1-2. Howell works Sunday in Atlanta. He's done well. The opposition hitting only .225 against him. With Holiday and Craig at the corners. No swing. 2-2. Left-handers are hitting .212 against Howell. Jay hitting a very solid .280. Just missed. 3-2 to count after 2 walks and a hit batter. Then the sacrifice fly. Exit Guerrier. Enter Howell. Freeze on deck. Might have chased ball 4, and down goes Jay. The Howell gets his left-hander. Take another look. Yep. Pretty good breaking ball. So that takes care of Jay. Now David Freeze. Freeze doubled to drive in a run, struck out, homered with a man aboard.
David Freeze.
So David with 3 RBIs, 7 runs, 6 hits for the Cardinals, no runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. That gets away, but the run is holding. Game 2 tomorrow afternoon at 4:15. John Gast and Ted Lilly. And then, without putting down any of the other pitchers, but it certainly is a marquee matchup, Clayton Kershaw going up against Shelby Miller. Shelby Miller's earned run average is 1.7. Clayton Kershaw's earned run average 1.3. 1-1. Two down, 7-0 St. Louis. The paid attendance tonight, 45,134. 45,134. The Dodgers atop the heap, Major League leading in attendance, thanks to you folks. Two and 1 to David. Dodgers burned by Freeze, but they've also been burned by Alan Craig. Craig, one of a couple of top hitters in the league, driving in runs. 3-1. 3-2. So if nothing else, Alan Craig will be going from first. Adrian Gonzalez will no longer hold him. Holiday standing near the bag at third. 3-2, 2 out, and after Freeze, Pete Kozma, the shortstop. There he goes, and it is ball 4. So an inning with 3 walks and a hit batter. 7-0 St. Louis, and now Cosma with a chance to add to that.
Number 38, Pete Cosma.
Cardinals, with all of the good hitting they've done, they've also had 6 walks and a hit batter. Cosma has walked, struck out, fly to right. Bases loaded, 2 out, and the Cardinals breezing. And ball 1. Seven runs, 6 hits for St. Louis. No runs, just 2 hits for the Dodgers. And a strike. It's been Capuano, Guerrier, and Howell. And it's been Lance Lynn. Has it ever been Lance Lynn in capital letters? 1-1. Strike. Shane Robinson is out on deck now. So Shane would be out there to hit for Lynn. Lynn has made 77 pitches in 6 innings. Cosma has been a big RBI man this year with runners in scoring position. That's in the dirt. 2-2. This year, Pete's hitting .395, and he's up there with the bases loaded. We have David Freese at first, Alan Craig at second, and Matt Holliday at third. 2 out. So they finally get that desperate 3rd out on a strikeout. So the Cardinals get 1 and leave 3. And we're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. 7-0 St. Louis. Nothing. They make a double switch. They give the veteran Carlos Beltran the rest of the night off. And they decide that after 77 pitches, that's enough for Lance Lynn. He was absolutely magnificent. 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. And Randy Choate, you may remember Randy was with the Dodgers briefly. He's going to do some pitching.
First baseman, number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
So Adrian Gonzalez followed by Matt Kemp and then Andre Ethier. 7-0 St. Louis. Randy Choate out of San Antone, still lives there. Randy was originally drafted by the Yankees out of Florida State University. He was a third-team college All-American, second team the next year. And Randy ready. Strike. Adrian has popped up, flied out, 0 for 2. Gonzalez came into the game hitting .354 at home. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Shane Robinson now in right field. He would bat 9th and lead off in the 8th inning. And Randy Choate would go into Beltran's spot. Sidearm curveball dug out of the dirt. Nice play by Alan Craig. 1 away. So Gonzalez goes over 3. And the batter now, Matt Kemp, who has struck out, fly to right, 0 for 2. Randy Choate, working on Kemp, has had a long career. He'll be 38 in September. We told you he was signed originally by the Yankees in 1997. Played with the Yankees, the Diamondbacks, then the Rays, then the Marlins, briefly with the Dodgers. He was in 30 some odd games last year for the Dodgers, and then the Cardinals. One ball and 1 strike. You see Randy Choate wearing number 36. He has bounced around so many times. He's collected a lot of jersey numbers. By the end of last year, 8. So this year, that number 36 would be the 9th. What happens is every time he goes to a ball club, he has to switch numbers to accommodate teammates who've been on that team longer than he has. So he just keeps changing shirts. It's like he threw half a tennis ball up to the plate that time. 2-2. The Dodgers sent Nate Eovaldi and Scott McGough to the Marlins, getting Choate and Hanley Ramirez. 2-2. So whatever he does, he gets him out. In fact, in December of last year, after being with the Dodgers, and his earned run average with the Dodgers was a little over 4, the Cardinals immediately signed into a 3-year deal. And one of the things about him, he was one of the first southpaws groomed from the time he was drafted specifically to retire left-handed hitters coming out of the bullpen. Randy Choate, basically fastball, curve, slider, and change. One and 0. 2-0. Ethier grounded out twice. When Randy was first signed and pitched with the Yankees, and I imagine he faced some of the better left-handed hitters in the American League, he had that 1 year, 48 innings, and did not give up a home run. That's a strike. 2-1. It's kind of a funky delivery, but boy, it really does pay off. He used to be very superstitious. He says, my new superstition is not to have any superstition. All right, Randy. 2-1. Another strike. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. When Kemp struck out, that meant 10 Dodgers have struck out tonight, 9 against Lance Lynn. 2-2. Beaten foul, still 2-2. I'm not sure if he still does it, but Cote, he had his 2 daughters' names and 2 reminders written underneath the bill of his cap. One was to remind him to take your time on the mound. The other, keep his hands together. And when he doesn't, it seems to throw off his mechanics. All right, hands together. Little ground ball. So Cho just makes it look easy. Gonzalez, a little ground ball, strikes out Kemp. Little ground ball from Ethier, and we're heading to the 8th. 7-0 St. Louis. The Dodgers, why they're atop the Central, why they've won 30 games already this year. They're 30-16 coming in here. They came in 16-8 on the road leading the majors, so the chances are they're going to be 17-8 by the time this ends. Their team earned run average is a brilliant 3.1, and then what they have done with men in scoring position, especially here in Los Angeles, which has been a big struggle for the Cardinals, a .343 batting average with men in scoring position. Truly remarkable. And again, that other note, when the game started, they had scored 99 runs with 2 out, and they immediately scored number 100 in the 2nd inning with 2 out. There's a shot, knocked down, recovered, and the out at first, and that'll do it for Shane Robinson. 1 away. Couple of final scores.
Number 13,
And the National League West just seems to get tougher and tougher. Remember, when the day started, 3 teams in the West were all tied: Arizona, Colorado, and San Francisco. Well, the Colorado Rockies polished off the Giants 5-0. Chatwood shut him down. So the Giants are a game behind Colorado. Arizona defeated the Padres 5-2. So Arizona and Colorado are tied for first, and the Giants fall back by 1. 1-1 to count. Matt Carpenter grounded out, single to center, scored a run, grounded to short, and fly to left. On deck would be Randy Choate, but instead they're going to have a hitter for him. Tony Cruz is out on deck. So it's been Lynn, then Choate for an inning. And we'll wait and see who comes out of the Cardinal nest back of right field. Nice little hop for Schumacher. And now here comes Tony Cruz. J.P. Howell getting some outs.
Attention, please, for the Cardinals, pinch hitting number 48, Tony Cruz.
Tony Cruz signed in the 26th round by the Cardinals. So that means he has spent a while in the minor leagues, 5 years bouncing around. The Dodgers originally chose him in the 2006 draft. They wanted him as a catcher. He didn't sign. Then he went to Palm Beach Community College and moved to third base, and he pops it up. Adrian Gonzalez puts it away, and that's that. And we're heading to the bottom of the 8th inning, 7-0 St. Louis. St. Louis behind Lance Lynn, who struck out 9. And if you look at the Dodger box score, as they say, you see a lot of 0-fers. 0 for 3, 0 for 2. And the 1 for 3 Crawford, a leadoff single, and he was thrown out trying to steal. And the only other man to get aboard, Uribe, doubled. You could also throw in a walk to Uribe, and that's it. So the Dodgers have gotten one man as far as second base. Now you have the third pitcher for the Cardinals, Seth Maness, who is out of Pinehurst, North Carolina. Seth is an even 6, 190, 25 years old. In fact, 24 now. Be 25 in October. Went to school at East Carolina University. Ground ball picked nicely by Craig. Spots it to Maness coming over. And we have one out in the 8th inning. So if Uribe had not walked, if Uribe, let's say, had made out, the Dodgers would not have gotten another man on base since Uribe's double in the third inning. I mean, they have been completely shut down. Here's Schumacher. Just like Nick Punto, remembering his days with the Cardinals, I'm sure. Hitting .219. In the Dodger bullpen, Paco Rodriguez getting ready to pitch the ninth inning. Back a third, tough play, and the throw on a bounce is not in time. So Schumacher comes up with an infield single. The Dodgers have the first hit since the third inning. Tough play for Freese. He was going away from it. Didn't get much on the throw. So Schumacher a single, the Dodgers' third hit. And here is Uribe with a double and a walk. Hitting .239. Seth Maness, pitching now, was a All-American, first team All-American in East Carolina University. He was selected in the 11th round 2 years ago. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and out. Big chopper to the right side. They'll get one. They will get two. The Uribe hits into the double play. Dodgers do not leave anybody, and at the end of 8, St. Louis 7 and the Dodgers nothing. Dodger pitcher, it's been Capuano, then Guerrier, Howell, and now Paco. And we have finally reached the 9th inning with Matt Holliday, Alan Craig, and Yadier Molina, the numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Cardinal lineup. Tomorrow afternoon at 4:15, John Gast and Ted Lilly. And then Sunday, the marquee event, and that will be Clayton Kershaw against Shelby Miller. 2 young pitchers with outstanding earned run average. Miller 1.7, Clayton 1.3. A reminder too for you folks, Dodgers Live will be coming up right after the game. 7 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Cardinals. They've led all the way. That a girl. The Dodgers, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. Matt Holliday has grounded out, flied to right, grounded out, and walked. Holiday 0 for 3. The two run producers, really, Alan Craig has knocked in 3. David Freese knocked in 3. Molina knocked in the other run. Oh, and 1. The man who just took the game and owned it was Lance Lynn. Lynn went 6 innings, and absolutely the game was his. He struck out 9. He walked 1. He allowed 1 man to get to second base. So he didn't need much offensive support, and he still got 6 while he was in there. 0-2 to Matt. One and 2 to Matt Holliday. Cardinals came in here with a little 2-game winning streak, so they will certainly add to that. Breaking ball. Paco Rodriguez getting in a little work, getting in a little more experience. Young left-hander who was a pleasant surprise last year from Miami, went to the University of Florida. 2-2. His fastball, that was 89. It's been clocked up to 93. He has a cutter, which is a good pitch inside on the right-handers. Slider and a changeup. 2-2. Big bouncer to Schumacher. So a long night for Matt Holliday. He goes 0 for 4. But now here comes Alan Craig. Alan Craig, among other things, connected in the 5th inning against Capuano on a pitch about at the knees, maybe borderline for the low part of the strike zone, and he muscled it into the seats. He also doubled in 2 runs in the 3rd inning, and then last time up was hit by a pitch in the 7th. And ball 1. Last year, Craig drove in 92 runs in 119 games. That was the most ever by a Cardinal who played in less than 120 games. Even more than the great Rogers Hornsby. I mean, that is really something. Hornsby drove home 83 runs and played in only 107 games. That was admittedly a long time ago, 1923. One ball and 1 strike. And lifts to left field. Crawford is there. So we have 2 down, and Yadier Molina coming up. Molina twice grounded to short, walked, and had a sacrifice fly. Though he's 0 for 2, and he's going to give way now to Ty Wigginton. So Wigginton in the batter's box now as the pinch hitter. Ty Wigginton's been around. He's got more than 1,000 career hits, and he'll never forget his 1,000. It was a go-ahead 3-run home run against Matt Cain of the Giants 2 years ago. We're in the 9th. It's 7-0 Cardinals. Seven runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 7 runs, 6 hits for the Cardinals. No runs, 3 hits 2 errors for the Dodgers. Two out, 9th inning. Paco goes to 3-1. Check swing, come back. 3-2 to count to tie. Three and two out, 7-0. Breaking ball, one hopped Gonzalez to the bag. So we'll be going to the bottom of the 9th inning, 7-0 St. Louis. Dealers. By Time Warner. Enjoy all the things you love better. 1-855-WANT-TWC. And by 76. We're on the driver's side. Seven to nothing in favor of St. Louis. It's been the Cardinals all night. Dodgers have been unable to mount any kind of a challenge. Alan Craig, who was playing first base tonight, will finish up in left field for Matt Holliday. Ty Wigginton, who batted for Manus, stays in the game at first base. And Mitchell Boggs comes out of the Cardinal bullpen to try and finish up. Boggs, a workhorse last year in 78 games. Mitchell Thomas Boggs, he's out of Dalton, Georgia. Was originally selected by the Cardinals. Boggs, 29 years old. Went to the University of Georgia. Ball one to D. Gordon. Gordon came in a double switch. Had one at bat. Struck out in the 6th inning. And that's going to be speared at shortstop by Kozma. So Gordon so close. He was 0 for 21. And now he's 0 for 22 only because of that play by Kozma. So 1 out. Carl Crawford, who led off the first inning with a base hit, only to be thrown out trying to steal, and that was really the beginning of the end for the Dodgers. Lance Lynn was that tough. And a strike. Oh and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boggs helped pitch his team to the University of Georgia to the College World Series. He briefly attended the University of Chattanooga, where he was going to play quarterback. Mitchell 6'4", a good 235. 1-2 the count. We mentioned earlier that the bullpen has improved dramatically of late, and one reason is Edward Mojica, who was 13 for 13 in saves. Well, the bullpen had a lot of troubles a little bit earlier. 1-2 the count. Time for a moment. There's a ball or an object of some kind retrieved by Shane Robinson and thrown back into the bleachers. One and two. Cardinals scored a run in the second, 2 in the third, another in the fifth, 2 more in the sixth, 1 in the seventh. Dodgers never could get anything started. Alan Craig got a big night. He was hit by a pitch, doubled home 2, and also homered. Now Carl Crawford strikes out, and the Dodgers are down to their last out.
Your attention, please. Now pitching heat for the Dodgers. Number 33.
Scott Van Slyke will now come up and hit in the pitcher spot. It had been occupied by Howell and Rodriguez, originally occupied by Mark Ellis. So Van Slyke, who certainly had the most dramatic home run of his career against the Cardinals, and of course his father was an outstanding player, and he played with the Cardinals for 4 years. 0-1 to count. Seven runs, 6 hits, no errors for St. Louis, no runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Dodgers. Lance Lynn, a record of 7-1, 2-0 lifetime against the Dodgers. Capuano, the loser, will be 1-3, 5-7 lifetime. Tough way for the Dodgers to begin what is a long stretch. 20 games, 20 days. And driven to left if it stays fair, but it's hooking foul, second deck. So Scott, very strong, pulled it too much. He has 3 home runs and a half a dozen runs batted in. He hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and he pulled it too much. And he's just coming off the bench. 2-2. Fouled away. Dodgers never got a man to third base. In fact, they had only one man get to second. That was Uribe, who doubled to right field in the 3rd inning. So they were thoroughly and completely shut down and shut out. Capuano gave up 6 runs. Guerrier gave up 1. That was more than enough for the Cardinals. 2-2 to Scott Van Slyke. And this time it's popped up. Going out is Cosma. Coming in is Craig. Craig will make the running catch, and that will do it. So the Cardinals win it easy, 7-0. Remember, tomorrow, 4:15, John Gast and Ted Lilly. Sunday, it's Shelby Miller and Clayton Kershaw. Stay tuned to Dodgers Live coming up next. Good night, everybody.